Good morning, chat. The YouTube told me 5 of you were waiting, so hopefully some folks are here, but I'll give it a bit of time. Alright, so yeah, we have the Pi Audio, the MacBook. I really wish I could, like, viably use my mic here. I'm going to have to figure out a better setup once I'm out of here. But at least for now, this works, and... So what I've got up on screen is APRS FI. It's been listening to... I took the code that I wrote yesterday and just let it run. So this is basically the beacon working in action, but as it exists right now, basically everything is hard-coded. So... I don't know how much I'm going to get done today. I'm kind of feeling a little bit miserable. The one thing I noted is it was only last heard 2 hours 42 minutes ago. I only turned it off a little bit ago, but the skies are pretty miserable today, and I'm only transmitting at 5 watts. So it is quite possible I'm not being heard. Atmospheric conditions can do really fascinating things to radio signal propagation. So where are we? Alright, yeah, alright, so, yeah, YouTube is doing its thing. Come on. Why is my panel freezing up? Okay, there we go. So, let's bring up the Rust. I want to get all the hard coding out of this. I don't know if I'm going to put it in the database, but at least someplace not here. Like, this was me just writing spaghetti code yesterday. I still don't feel very comfortable in writing Rust, and it's part of why this isn't open source. I've been definitely sketching out my end game of what I want to do, and I think I definitely want to up my ham radio game, but I also want to get into mesh networking, and more specifically, I want to get into a mesh networking that you can get into with a technician license easily. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but it's sort of like where my brain is going. Whether I develop it or not, I don't know. But I have wanted to do something on amateur radio for a while, and I feel like a broken record because I remember saying this about the VAX as well, and that's a project I probably will get back to. I have no energy to work on it right now. This has a time pressure on it as well, because I really want to have this working. I think all I want for this system, like, building a mesh network thing is probably something I'm going to do over the next year. For what I want to do short term, I really just want to have some sort of statistics system that can monitor and keep an eye on APRS traffic. I almost, like, part of what I almost want to do is, like, build a map of the network, because I've always found APRS very interesting. It's easily the most, depending on where you live, WinLink WinLink isn't terribly difficult to get online with, at least but you have to be able to be heard by a gateway. For me, the closest 2-meter gateway is about 45 miles. I could conceivably actually be heard by it, but I'd probably have to run at 50 watts on a very sketchy setup, because that's pretty much at the very edge of my range. And I don't have good geography here to help. Like, I'm basically sitting in a hole. I can hear up and down the river, and that's about it. Right, so I think what I want to do is I want to define a structure. Yeah, let me see here. So let's define like a configuration structure and just move everything there. Let me pull up the Rust documentation again, because I'm still learning. Okay, so let's just define like strut config. do I want to go with like our call sign? Actually, no, that makes sense because the station will have its own call sign if it's doing any sort of packet anything. So we'll just write it here. I'm going to just keep hard coding mine for the time being. And actually, no, this would be string. Okay, config string. Alright, so now we go down here. Let config equal config. Let config. So then that comes out where? So my call sign is here in the test frame. Like, there is a way to do lazy statics in Rust, where basically you load something once and then never again. I was looking into that because I have never found a way of handling a config file in any programming language that isn't just tedium. Like, if you want it to be expandable, unless you just like read it in a JSON file or YAML, but I find dealing with JSON config files some of the most annoying things. But then again, this is literally throwaway code. I could just hard code it as long as I don't open source it. Macro for declaring lazy evaluated statics. Using this macro, it's possible to have stacks that require code to be executed at runtime in order to be initialized. Heap allocation, same thing requires function or blah, 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 blah. Like, I always am... This is the thing that always seems like... Okay, so I don't think this is what I actually want. Or... I believe statics in Rust are immutable. Yep, stacks in, well, I mean, I believe they are in C as well. If you're sneaky and you know how, you can patch them in C, but realistically, it should be read-only, at least. I mean, it's literally been years since the last time I sat down. I've written code in Python relatively recently, but it's been years since I just sat at the keyboard and actually coded something, and it's like... Let me see what chat's saying right now. I guess I can just pass around the config strut. I mean, that's generally what I end up doing. But in Rust, that gets a little bit messy because of lifetimes. Because ultimately with Rust, you're dealing with the borrow checker. You can use static variables as long as they're thread local. Well, for reading, though, it's fine. We just have to set them at the very start of execution, and that has to be, I believe that has to be an unsafe action. Because writing memory is never a safe action, except in some very... Here, global mutable singleton. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Actually, you know what? Hold on. There's a smarter way to do this. I just realized. Instead of doing a configuration strut, why don't I just make... I can have functions that return it and basically have that do it. Okay, you know what? That's a much smarter way to do this. Because, yeah, so get call sign. Because that way I can refactor that later. Assuming that that's not actually going to work. So, how do I get to reference? Can't find struct variable or union config in the scope. Not in the scope. I think I have to have an implementation. Because self address AX25 frame. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you have it's the object model in Rust. Yeah, I learned object-oriented programming by learning C++, and the Rust one's a little bit. It's taking it took a little getting used to. Right, because I believe functions are private to a file. Yeah, you are only used and available within this file unless you're part of the public implementation. For implementations. The biggest problem I had with learning Rust the first time was I found the documentation was really bad at basically telling you how to... It told you what was available, but not why that's useful, which I always find is a very annoying shortcoming of documentation. And, hey, Blank Seg. Hope you're having a good morning. Alright, so let's declare... pub strut config. So, alright, so that's that. So then we have an implementation of get I probably should call this something besides config. It's a bit generic. It's not ideal, but it'll get the job done. Implement radio config. Return string. Oh, right, there has to be an interface defined. Let's see here. Implement default for address. Pub strut. Sometimes I wonder why we stopped using C, and then every time I touch C, I kind of... Okay, I really do actually have to flip to the documentation here. Alright, so Rust by example. So this is defined structure, custom types, expressions, flow controls, modules. Modules! Strut visibility. Modules have extra level of visibility within their fields. Blah, 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 blah. Mod my visibility max when access outside. Okay, so this is talking about visibility of modules. What is the Rust definition of a module? Module is a collection of items of functions, struts, traits, impel blocks, and even other modules. This is one of the other things that drives me a little bit crazy is I don't think it's compiling this file. Like... A crate can be compiled into a binary or a library. Produce a binary from a crate. Can be overridden by passing the crate type flag to lib. Oh, here we go. File hierarchy. There we go. Modules can be mapped to a file directory hierarchy. See breakdown the viability examples in files. At least they give examples of this, although I still find it... Okay, so hold on. It looks like it's... That goes away. It would be config get our call sign. Failed to resolve undeclared crate or module config. Okay. I'm looking at the example to make sure I understand how this works. So module, I believe the default module, if I haven't named it, would be the name of the file. Oh, hold on, hold on. I see it. I see it. I need to have mod config. That will pull that into the current scope. There we go. There we go. And then I can do pub get our config. Okay, it wasn't as complicated as I thought it was going to be. Alright, that's fine because I don't really need more code than that. Okay, so that gets to here. Expected. Okay, so you actually want. Okay, so it wants me to return a string. So does that mean right here I need to do... I guess I have to do that as stir. Right. I just realized I have to get the Chromebook up because I'm going to have to hear the packets coming out of it. Yeah, no, let's do that. We're going to need that, so we might as well.
Frequency mode.
Alright, so... Give me a sec. I'm... Gotta find where the rest of the cable is. There we go.
One, 4, 7, 4, 2, 5.
Okay. That's the handheld plugged in. Alright. Let me bring up studio mode. Because I think seeing the Chromebook is going to be better on stream than the Raspberry Pi, so Let me go into studio mode. Let me go HDMI in. Okay, cool. All right, so now we've got Direwolf running there, and that will also run the beacon for us, the Morris beacon. Probably, I should actually adjust that beacon. It runs too frequently. All right, base station radio is on different frequency now. So I'm going to set the let me change the frequency on the Morris beacon. It runs way too frequently. Really, it only runs every 15? I'll run it every 30. 30 is, no, 15 I believe is what I have to legally do for data transmissions, so. I should check that. Assign call signs at the end of each communication at least every 10 minutes during communication. But every communication has had my call sign in it. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. Hey, the Nico. Alright, bring up VS Code. Alright. Oh, a Fred panic. Why did the Fred panic? Was the panic from this? No? Alright, let's get a backtrace. $49. Oh, am I seeing a lifetime? Like, hold on. What am I doing wrong here? I should call that get station call sign. Okay, so it does get there. It gets to the transmitting beacon message, which is right here, and then it goes kablooey. Uh, it doesn't like this for some reason. Or, well, hold on. What is actually broken here? Like, if I put it back to... No, you're packing right here. Address from string KD2J or T. Oh, it needs the SSID. Oh, I see here. Invalid format. Wow, that is a really cryptic failure. Yeah, let me make that big so you can see it. Okay. Alright, so if we then make that... Alright, well, that builds. Yep, and that was heard. So now if we change the config to 14... That one was not decoded. Okay, that time it was. Now I see KD2J or T-14. Oh, you know why it is? It's the battery saver. I have the battery saver turned up aggressively. If I turn the battery saver, it'll probably hear better. Okay, so that works. So this needs to be get station call sign. I'm going to have to make quite a few adjustments to this, but we'll just start here. So get APRS version string. This is actually something that will be hard-coded, or mostly hard-coded. Okay. So let's go back to 15. Well, I heard the radio light up. I didn't see it decode, but it did transmit. Okay, so... Now what? See, this code's going to be very simple because this is going to write into SQLite. I think I'm going to need to have more advanced database code that works with Postgres. especially if I want to do anything with GIS mapping. I've never done that before, and all right, let me get rid of some of these unused imports. Yeah, so there's still some stuff I definitely need to handle, like cleaning up miss not thrown exceptions and such. Uh, yeah, I should actually add something to catch that. Um, the question is, how do I best do that? Do I want to just do it when I first get it, or do I want to? I mean, more realistically, the call sign and the SSD should be considered as two separate things. Like, it's the difference between an IP address and a port number. Even though on the actual wire protocol, you can basically treat them as a string, or at least with as far as this library is concerned, you treat them as a string. But realistically, that's how it actually works, regardless of how it's encoded or not encoded. Yeah, I just don't want to run Postgres on a Pi on 1 gig of memory. That just sounds absolutely miserable. You could probably do it. Like, you can tune Postgres really, really low to run on really low settings. Alright, so let me see how exceptions actually work in Rust, because the more I actually do in Rust, the more it helps. It's not exceptions, it's... I mean, is that calling panic? Because if it's calling panic, it's... Because if this is calling panic, there's nothing to actually do. But I don't think it's calling that. It's frame pre-R's error. So when I do... Right, because I'm doing an unwrap. That makes perfect sense. So what I should do this in a central location so I can have the exception, then I can basically just clone it as I need it. See, I'm thinking about this because ultimately speaking, if the station, I don't want it to crash. It shouldn't crash. It just get a better error message. Uh, I need to figure out the best way to actually handle that. essentially what happens is when you do the unwrap at the very end, it's trying to convert the data type, and if the data type doesn't safely convert, it basically, when you do the from string, you get a result monad, and that tells you if the operation succeeded or not, and then the unwrap gets you the actual value, but you have to actually handle the error. Actually, you know what? That's a valid cause to panic if we can't get our local station as an AX25 address. Alright, so let me first make sure I understand the type system correctly. So still going to complain. Add parameter list. So now I should just be able to do this. Hey, look, the code gets a lot cleaner now. Uh, okay. Alright, now we're starting to get somewhere. Alright, so now let's do, like, actual error handling here. Um... Okay, or... Alright, it would be... unwrap or... error. New. Okay, this needs to be broken up. This is becoming line mess. This is one of my biggest problems with Rust. I think we can just do that. So am I doing something wrong here? Error new, dine. You know, I think I can just honestly. I think I'm overthinking this. If it can't do this, because it's going to do this right at the beginning. Invalid call sign SSID. Like if I just do that. So unwrap or else what I need. All right, hold on. Here we go. Oh, it's the try macro. Okay. So it's try. What am I doing wrong here? Try file read to string. So address. Oh, do I need just another bracket? So apparently try is depreciated? Okay, so there's a new operator. So this has changed from the last time I've done Rust. So I guess what I should be returning is I should be returning a result. It feels oddly clunky. That's kind of my take on this one. Because ultimately speaking, this is exactly what I want to do, except... What does unwrap error do exactly in Rust? Does that let me set a custom return code? Okay, so unwrap. Nope, that just makes it panic if it returns error. Okay, so error, expect error, panic, blah, blah, blah. into okay, into error. Okay, you know what? I think I. Okay, so it can return a address or an address parse error. Okay, so how do I deal with results in Rust? Okay, it's a match. Let address. Let address match. Unwrap. So it's expecting. I probably need to have better code for this. So I put it through this, and I get a mismatch because expected strut address found enumeration unwrap. Let number match number string parse. Okay number, otherwise return error in E. I really think I kind of just don't want to deal with the error handling right now. Like, it feels like really bad practice, but this is feeling like I'm going to get stuck in the weeds here. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay, so I was just looking at the chat. I'm looking for unwrap or. Let me try that and see if that actually works. Thought I tried that before. If you're passing the result of a function, or provide default. See, the unwrap or would just lets me return a different value. And it would have to be a different valid address because of the way the code is laid out. Basically, the address wants a string in, and if it fails to parse the string, it throws error out. But I have to do a few bit of conversions to... All right, you know what? Let me break the code up a little bit. Because, you know, if it's less spaghetti, it's going to be better for all involved. This will get optimized away anyway. So we do that. So is that still... Temporary value... here as string. Or consider using a light binding. You know, I need to be able to get it as string. It really is that simple. I believe you can overload like this in Rust. Oh no, yeah, but it'd still be an owed value because you don't want to edit the config here. You can use that variable however it is. So you get a to string. Okay, there we go. And then that makes that happy, and then that gets returned. Okay, so that partially cleans up the code. Alright, yeah, and if I just leave that off. So we're all, okay, so we're all happy there. I guess I could have it do a result, but I mean, what I want to avoid is... Oh, I see. Yes. Okay, this is starting to come back to me. The reason why this feels awkward is because in Rustland, it's going to try and parse the address every time it wants to do so, because everything in Rust is a result. So if I do results AX25 address, and then error, I think would work. And then I can unwrap. Because I believe I can return result through main, so I can basically iterate it all the way through the application. Because that's the type of... Because it would be an unhandled error making its way back up the stack, which is ultimately what I want it to do. Okay, so this is a result. Address. So, okay. Self error from string. Pulling results out of options, defining an error type, boxing error. Okay, here it is. Boxing errors. The stdlib helps in boxing our errors by having a box implement conversion from any type that implements the error trait into the trait via... Okay, so this talks about... From the documentation, it says to basically do... See, it says to change... Hold on, let me actually read here with chat. Turn on option T. I really just don't feel smart enough to use this programming language. Like, and this is what kills me about Rust. There's a lot of things I like about it. I like it better than C, but I feel like every time I try and do anything in it, I trip over my own 2 feet. But I also just don't want to give up at it because it's part of learning a new skill, is you just keep doing it until you get better and better and better. Yeah, and I mean, let's be honest. I am listening to random RF signals. On a Raspberry Pi, I've got 800 megahertz and 1 gig of RAM, and realistically, most radio gear is not going to be particularly powerful. So coding this in Rust makes a lot of sense. I mean, let's be honest. I could probably get away with doing this in Python, but I've had enough pain with Python in the past that I just don't want to deal with it. And it's like, I can do better than this. The problem I have with doing anything in Go is that Go will blow up at runtime, and it will not always give you a good log on why it will blow up. ARM assembly, I don't think I hate myself that much. All right, let's back this up just a little bit. Let's just turn this. If I just do this, because now it's just this last type that's unhappy. Yeah, I think I have to box the error. Because this error has to be handled at runtime. So let me unwrap. Let me grab this, and then let's bring this right down to where the main function is. Because I want to experiment with it. So implement error from tvec, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so if I want to catch an error here, mtvec into results. Okay, so I think what it needs to be is it needs to be a results this, and then I remove the iframe. Like, does that work? Enum expects two generic supplied one generic, add missing generic, comma E. Like, their example code doesn't has result with one. Oh, wait. I see what they're doing. Hold on. Okay, so that now it's just complaining that the error is not boxed. So how do I box it? I think I have to just map error. Okay. Unwrap. Or... okay, so I do have to return address. So address. Okay, so this is gonna be a bit of spaghetti code. Okay, so address. Okay, so that gives it a default value, so it can't completely go crazy. Unwrap or else, and then does this not have an easy way for me to convert the error into a box? Like, that feels like... I feel like I'm fighting the grain here. But I always get the sensation that a lot of Rust code never gets, like, super... Like, there's no... Like, I always feel like there's a lack of idiomatic Rust code. Although, the idea that there is or is not a right way to do something in a programming language. Like... Python is very opinionated on how you should do something. It has, let's see what chat's been yelling at me. Right, self-recursive, okay. I think the chat delay is pretty long. Like, I feel like I should be able. Oh, it's a bad way of thinking about this. Self-resources to current type. Last type is address space error. Use address error. No, I made a decision. I've started this in Rust. I will learn it. Like, when I was teaching, I taught myself Ada kind of out of shits and giggles factor. And this was largely what the experience was like, is it took a very long time for me to get wrapping around the typing system. So if I want to box the error as an error, because that's actually what we're doing here. So let me get rid of. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's going to basically do the same thing. I don't like multiple types like that, but that's fine. So I need to be able to return a result. APRS cannot convert from string. So address praise a parse error invalid format. I really wish there was example code with this library. This is really ugly code. Alright, so my error. Because that gives you the display function. Wait, Chad, is that all I had to do? No, I don't think it's that easy. If address. Because I feel like with a result. Oh, don't tell me that actually fixed it. Okay, bad parenthesis. Okay, no, I didn't think it was that easy. Alright, so what am I doing wrong here? Mismatch types. Remove these parentheses. Yeah, I think it has to be if match. I like it feels like I should just be able to pass this up but just rebox the error. Because right now I'm looking at, sorry, I haven't been talking. I was looking at example code on the Rust wiki or the Rust documentation. So let address equal match. I don't like this syntax highlighting kind of annoys me. Match results. We get rid of that. And then... That's how you do it. At least, I think that's how you do it. Yeah, because that will pack it. That's exactly what I want to do, because we can't run. Well, that didn't quite work right, because that transmitted the wrong call sign. That needed to transmit... Get station call sign. Okay. This has not been an obnoxious exercise. Does that actually work? Because the last one didn't work properly. Let me retransmit that, make sure we actually get it right, and see. Yep, KD2 JRT 15. Okay. Oh, that sucked. That absolutely sucked. Alright. What's the shorthand? I'm happy I figured this out. Alright, if that actually works, I'm going to be like... great and also really irritated at the same exact time. Well, chat, that actually does work. So, like, okay. Yeah, I think that, and I think that actually looks ideal. So let's do. I mean. So I wonder if I can actually encode more APRS packet. Um, there is an APRS module on Rust. I'm just kind of thinking, now what? Because I think I want to be able to create routes. Because I need to be able to... Do I care about saying route information? I sort of do and I sort of don't. So there's the beacon transmit. There's the transmit frame functions. TNC frame, blah, 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 blah. And then that just transmits that. So here's where the receive thread basically runs. Like, let's clean up as many of the warnings as we can actually manage right now. Alright, so that's all switched out, and it has nice functions. I'm going to just leave some comments for myself so it's easier in the future. So I probably don't need, like, the beacon thread. I can probably get rid of that code. Yeah, or I could move all this into... I guess maybe, I mean, well, chat, that was, flip. So we've got our basic frame set up. We've got our main loop connecting. We have the beaconing loop. We've now managed to break out a lot of the hard coding. That was an experience to do that, and it was not a fun one. So that's not right. All right, so I think the next thing to do is I want to start integrating the database part of this. Because if I can get the config values reading out of the database, then I have kind of covered the first major hurdle. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get fresh tea for myself. So I'll give myself about 10 minutes. And then I'll take another, I'll get back to it. I think what I want to do is I want to have it print an ongoing log receipt of how many packets it's recorded and monitored. Because I'm not sure how I want to visualize the data yet. I've never really done much in this space. Like, maybe this is a GraphQL sort of thing. Yeah, I have some ideas of where I want to go with this. I'm definitely, my brain is definitely processing right now for dealing with APRS traffic. Um, Because ultimately speaking, I also want to record messages sent directly to the station. I need to do I need to do a degree of hashing because most APRS messages will repeat their message over and over and over again. Although, honestly speaking, we're talking about. Honestly, it may not be worth doing it. So let's add the make database code. So that adds the everything needed to make the database. But how do I interact with the database? I assume I need to do a migration of some sort to create a table. Okay, so apparently there's so we should have a pool, create database. Okay, so create database success, await DB create database success. Okay. Can we switch this to using a memory database? I feel like that's a thing we can do. Okay, so we want to do migrations. So Rust, we need a utility for this. So cargo install SQLX CLI. So yeah, so this will create. I've used Flyaway in the past for database migrations, but this feels a lot more integrated than what I've ever used for Python. I know SQL Alchemy has ways to do it, but SQL Alchemy does some. I've seen it do some really magical stuff behind the scenes, and I didn't have a great time with it in global leagues, but maybe I just didn't give it enough of a chance. Like for very simple CRUD workflows, an ORM does make life much easier, but it's really you really have to understand databases to get the best luck out of ORMs. But conversely, ORMs try and lower the barrier of entry to using a database. So, all right, the ORMs really shine when you try and support multiple databases at once, though. Okay, so migrate, add. Initial. So we should have a new migration script. All right, so create table if not exists. I'm just going to create a config table for now. I don't know if we're actually going to use it, but okay, so that handles that. So if database exists, we now want to run the migration code. So we need to know the create directory. We need to know the migrations directory. So that should handle all the migrations. So if we run it, why is it complaining about no TCP, TNC prefix? What am I doing wrong here? 10 TN. Oh, it's. Okay. I saw the other radio light up, although it didn't decode, likely because it's in low power mode. Did that actually, like, do anything? What do you hit to make it show you the schema? I mean, I'm assuming it's correct at this point. Yeah, that works. That perfectly worked. That worked exactly the way I wanted it to. Okay, so what happens if I run it again? Yeah, database already exists. It runs all the migrations, and it's happy. This definitely all needs to be cleaned up, but I just do not care. All right, so that handles the users. So if I now want to pull something from the config strut, how do I do that? Because, see here, create table using Rust code. That's not how I want to do it. I want to... All right. My brain is complete fudge right now. I haven't been sleeping super well. I would actually consider using a NoSQL database here. Although I don't think I hate myself to use hate myself enough to use Mongo. That just sounds like hell. So I don't even know what would work well in a low memory situation, and SQL has advantages here because I ultimately want to do some sort of tabulations on the data I'm collecting. I think the end game here is actually going to be feeding it into Elasticsearch. Yeah, I'm thinking my actual end game here. I'm not going to run Elasticsearch on the Pi. The Pi is essentially a big stupid SoC, a big tiny SoC with a big massive micro SD card. That's basically just going to be listening to the Aether. and it's just all going to feed into database. Like, as part of a longer listening project of the APRS network, like I might end up tuning multiple receivers, like WebSDRs, to HF frequencies on APRS and seeing what I can actually hear. If anything else, just to quantify how much it's actually used. Like when you talk about APRS HF, um, it's like people say it's not used, and it creates this interesting feedback thing. Like, if everyone believes that no one's using it, does anyone actually still use it? Now, I know from the earlier tests that we were able to hear stations in Europe by poking into a web SDR in the Netherlands. So it may just be a North American thing that APRS and HF has kind of died. But this is a very simple application that I could run a whole lot of to do a lot of data collection. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that data yet, but I think the end game is to put this all into Elasticsearch, because then I should have a lot of flexibility on how I go through it. Although I don't know Elasticsearch that well. I might need some help. I'm just kind of deep thinking here, chat. All right. So I'm assuming I basically need to define a. This is vaguely coming back to me. I think the farthest I ever took Rust was mapping data structures. So I think if I create a use SQL X, or hold on, strut so that derive clone from row and debug. So here's where we can read a bunch of the config, like the user config stuff, which is probably a good thing. Oh, I actually don't need ID because I define, this is a structure I'm defining, which is defined by the query I'm writing. So I can just get rid of that. Okay. Required for from row R. Why aren't you happy about this? Oh, because there's a space there, I think. Nope. From row, config row, string string. Alright. Querying and then mapping the data to its type. So we query as, and then it gets multiple implementations, row or statement. But, you know, let me finish the rest of the fetch all. Await and wrap. Oh look, all the magic's issues go away. For config value in config rows, print ln config value. I don't really like that, but I guess it works for now. Why do we have an error? So that's working, that transmits. So let's insert value Hold on. Insert config name value. Station call sign. I mean, I believe SQLite is a typeless database. It doesn't really matter. Oh, insert into. That's right. Insert into. I am hurting today. Okay, look, yeah. So it was able to read from the database and get magic values back out. Okay, cool. That's actually a decent starting point. All right. Now what? Because there's going to be a couple of things I'm going to want to have in here. Like, I might want to define beacons or something like that. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is mostly just me setting up some plumbing. Okay, so station call sign, station SSID. So how do I get those to come out of... how do I invoke Magic Database Man and get them to show up where they need to be? I guess I can fetch one and unwrap it. What do I actually need to execute this? I really just need the database function to do this. So let me see if we can start moving things over here. So maybe, okay, so you actually do need a DB option. All right, so if we do this, Alright, so does that let me dump out the database? I have to move config row here to config. I'm not super happy with this code, but fine. Okay, that looks happy. You build. You migrated. You didn't successfully dump anything. And I do see it transmitting the beacon, even though it's not always decoding it. Again, because the radio's likely in low power mode. So we get here. All right, we have to await it. Yep, and there it is. Station call sign invalid, station SSID 0. Okay, cool. So now what we gotta do is we go here. Okay, so I need the call sign, I need the SSID, and I need to glue those together as part of a string operation. Alright, let me do the first part. Actually, let me do the easier one first. Let me go down here, and let's go get this coming out of the database. Actually, no, you know what? That needs to stay hard-coded, because I might change that, and that's not something the config file should be handling. I'm trying to think about that. Do I want that hard-coded or not? No, I could see reason. You know what? When I get there, I get there. Problem is, I'm gonna have a lot of awaits in my code, and I kind of hate that. No, I think I think this is something I want to cache and read once, if I can do so, because otherwise it's going to read the database every time it hits this function, which I specifically don't want. Let's see here. Can I do match sum on a road? Call sign SSID. Um, but I would need to instance it somewhere, wouldn't I? Uh, like, where am I going to put... The problem with manual memory management is you have to manage it. Okay, so... It's just like this basic crud and my brain is failing right here at the word go. Okay, so station config, call sign, SSID. We want to read from it, save it here, but I'm just going to have to pass a DB and config object around, aren't I? Separate modules into multiple files, yada yada yada, bring path. Scope and privacy. Declare modules, declare submodules. Use keyword, blah, 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 blah. Alright, let me look at scoping. Variables and mutability. Nope. Store values. Really don't want to be passing around a random config, but I mean, you kind of got to do that with the database as is. Problem is, like with Rust, what I really need is a singleton here. Yeah, I think using lazy stack is actually the smart move here, because otherwise I'd have to do this as an unsafe. I would have to do this with an unsafe, and I really just want this to be initialized once at runtime, and it shouldn't be reading it again otherwise. I mean, if it was... Can be easier to work with the global mutable singletons, although it's still preferable to avoid global variables in most cases. I mean, it really does seem it wants me to keep it as a structure that gets passed around from main. I mean, that seems to be the way to do it. I mean, it makes sense. It keeps the code modular. It just noise. Because the config is needed for generating the AX25 frames, because I can't hard code that. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to fight this. I'm just going to use a safe Miltix for now. Unless I want it reading from the database. Sorry, I know I'm kind of looping here. I'm just... Like, I don't understand why this has become an anti-pattern that you have your config in a global accessible place, aside from the fact that, you know, you can put the config into a strut and then use self-config. Let me read up on how Rust self-object works, because I feel very confused by it. So, okay, so the self-object of a big S is when you have an implementation and a structure. So I guess what I would have here is I would have station config structure, and then I'd have implementation station config. FN new. Okay, so that creates a toString. So that creates a station config object with a new baseline. Okay. So then I can do origin point. So I can do function get call sign with SSD. And then this will return a string. And what it will return is... I need the SSD has to be parsed. So self, use curly brackets. It's not quite right. Okay. Found string, toString, oh, it's push string. Why isn't it like that? No matter push string. Push string, it's here. Because right now I need to concat the strings together. Oh, you can join it. You can just join it. Okay, hold on. There's a join function. Return self call sign to string self SSID to string join Wow, I really hate that syntax. But that should work now. So now it should be able to return, so if I now instance station config, let us see. so I get the station config there. Okay, so into try into, so that does give me the config. Alright, so now if I want to reach in and do something with it, I have the implementation, I have... So we have the implementation here. Oh, pubfn. Thank you. I'm not used to having to declare it as public. That's why I So I have new as public, which returns self. So station config. The syntax is remarkably awkward. Okay, let us see. So it's binding it to station config equal. Alright, let's see if that works. Configure our compiler. Expected a semicolon, and yeah, that's... Oh no, it did like that. Doesn't like as string... Oh, it has to await. Yeah, see, I was kind of hoping to avoid that. But let's just get to the point it works. Alright, so await. So invalid 0. Oh, it needs to be a hyphen there. Okay, so now we should be able to load the station config from that. And, okay, so station config is here. So where do we... We dumped the config basically right here, so we can get rid of that now. So I now have the config object there. Because to put the frame there, I'd have to put it here, which goes there, which goes there. But the beacon and transmit frames having configs actually makes perfect sense, so... Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back at my desk. So I want beacon Fred. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass the station config down here. It's gonna have to go like config. Oh, it needs the copy trait. Okay. Uh. The trait copy cannot be implemented for this type. This field doesn't implement copy. You can't copy a string? Okay, you can clone one. So now we get back to the borrow checker being unhappy. When did we move it? Assuming... Yeah, we moved it here. You can clone the value and consume it, but that may not be your desired behavior. So you can't own the, so because it's a string, I can't copy it? That's bizarre. Two string, I mean... Oh, I think I have to implement a copy. I have to implement copy. Because I think I remember seeing this in the AX25 frame rules. Like, wouldn't it be like implement copy or something like that? So I guess I do need to clone it. Because it's a separate copy of the memory structure. Okay, well, you know what? Fine. That. Technically I don't, because I'm only going to be handing it off once, but I can still clone it here. Saying I already moved it, though, still? Move occurs because SC has station type, has type station config, which is not implement copy type. Use occurs due to subroutine use in coroutine. Oh yeah, I had to do this up here, that's right. Okay, that transmitted something. What did that transmit? Because that still transmitted my call sign, but I think the config is now here, and I should be able to fish it out. Because now I can pass config here. Right, and then we don't need to do that because it's not from the future. Expected address found string. Oh, right, because it has to be that. What did I just click on? Alright, so get call sign with SSD. Invalid station call sign. I think we're good to go. Let's see here. How's our problem meter? We've got a bunch of warnings, but I think well, it died with invalid station call sign because it's trying to use invalid as a string. So let me try K2JRT and let's see if that's happy. That is happy, and I see the beacon on the other screen. Okay. So we have it no longer hard-coded. Wow, that really took a lot of energy out of me to... Or it's a lot less hard-coded, because now I am passing the thing to all the places it needs to go. Yeah, I probably will. I actually will have to probably make this async because, actually no, because I can basically I can add setters to call sign and SSID, and I can just read it directly out of the database, and I can just pass this along as to wherever I need it. Because I might, it might be completely valid to run multiple things under multiple stations. Like, if I have multiple SSIDs from the software's point of view, that's going to be a separate station, and it technically is as far as AX25 goes, because it's a different port. It might still be the same binary, but it's, an AX25 address is a call sign and SSD. But sometimes you care about the call sign, and sometimes you care about the call sign and the SSID. Man, I really feel like it's 3 hours and this is as far as I've gone. Alright, let me put this back. I'm going to put the radio back on. I'm going to take a bit of a break. Because at this point my brain's a bit fried. So I'm going to go put this on the actual radio. Like the actual network. So we can see if it still parses data. Okay, well that transmitted. Yep, and that's reading. Okay. Because ultimately, you can see here how you have the source, the destination. Because that's the AX25 frame. It's not part of the APRS packet in and of itself. Because we might also end up capturing other AX25 stuff in use. And I don't know how that's exactly going to work. like, I think I'm going to need a table. Let me sit down and let me sketch some things down. Like, what is the database schema going to look like? Okay. Because one neat thing is if I have controlled the config values, I can also update them from other processes. I mean, Direwolf has things that can do that. I haven't decided. This is me. Like, I'm currently reinventing the wheel. I haven't invented anything new yet. Do I want to handle valid APRS packets versus packets I wasn't able to decode as a separate case? Like ones that decoded but weren't valid APRS frames. Like, realistically, it should always be desk call sign SSID. Because it's SQLite, I'm basically using this as a quick and dirty data store. So it's going to have then the data, route information. What else do we get from the AX25 packet? I believe we also get route information. I think I want to keep statistics. Do I calculate those in real time or not? What else are we cramming into our test packet? There's the route, commando response, and then the actual content. So if we don't know the content, because I don't want to write the code for all the unknown AX25 frame types. I shouldn't say unknown, but I don't want to deal with them because I haven't seen them. So other AX25 packets are RY's decodable ones. Stats on packets saw kept generated. I almost wonder if I'm better off using a flat file. I'll use SQLite for now because, like I said, at least now I have some idea how database go databasey. I mean, SQLite, if I ever put a web UI on this, would probably be simpler, but maybe a command line admin tool is what I'll end up with. The code is not currently open source because right now it's a complete mess. I normally open source all my stuff as I do them, but I think this time I'm going to leave this closed until I actually have something that I'm happy enough with. I haven't decided, because ultimately speaking, it's less pressure on me than having it open source, especially if people start filing bug reports and such. I also don't want it getting those. I don't know what those SQLite database files are. Alright, so let's commit everything right now. Well, 75 lines of code written today. That's actually not bad, all things considered. All right. So stored UI packets, source, call sign, destination, route information. Now, if I was to do proper 2-level normalization about this, there's definitely routed. I mean, normally this is basically all handled as strings or APRS addresses because that's how it gets encoded as. You can route up to basically there's no, unlike IPv4. The routing on each packet literally has to be stuck on the packet, and the packet gets modified in flight as it goes from point to point. Here, I'll actually show exactly what this means, which is something I kind of need to care about. Actually, I can't show you with this because this doesn't show the routing data. So that's on the to-do list. Is I need a way to serialize. Like, I feel like I'm going to need an individual beacon config, which is not the worst thing in the world to deal with. I'm not certain. Maybe I think something quit in the working directory. God, I'm literally feeling my energy just drain out of me. All right. I feel like some of this should be moved over to like a new APRS module, because this generates the frame, and ultimately speaking, what we have to do here is then change the info. let's see here. Generate APRS frame. Do I want to do the as bytes as vex? Like, how do I want to generate this frame? Because I still need a way to actually specify the route, which would be handled through the station config. Because the route would be wide 2-1 because I don't want it to be digipeated. I don't need to fill in digipeater. I legitimately don't feel like I'm getting anywhere today. I'm just going to sit here and stare at it for a bit. You know, chat, I'm actually going to go AFK. I'm going to leave the stream up because I'm not at a happy stopping point. So I'm going to mute the mic. I'll be back in a little bit. back, at least partially. I having some fresh eggs. Definitely need some brain food, and I'm not fully back yet, but I'll talk. I'll put my desktop up. I'm just finding myself getting very frustrated, which means I need to take a little time away from this. I just don't know what to do. Like, I spent a little time watching a few other live streamers just to get some ideas. I know some live streamers will like throw up a different game if they start getting different frustrated, but it's like, well, then what? Maybe I should keep Steam installed, because there's nothing stopping me keeping a live stream going for like 8 hours. And honestly, I think I appreciate the time just not mindlessly watching videos on YouTube, even if I'm just... I guess I just hate how much of my life is just consumed standing and sitting in front of screens. And at least if I'm doing something productive, it doesn't bother me as much. Although productivity has its own issues. I did have a thought. So what I basically need to do is, I think I'm going to roll over the database. It'll basically generate a statistics file and basically run over time. And basically recount its statistics every... probably every few hours. This is actually really good. Because I think it'd be kind of cool on the APRS frame to beep it out that it's logged this many packets and seen this many statistics. Never appreciate how fresh eggs can just make your life all the much better. Like, that is a legitimate major pick-me-up. Like, I don't know. Part of me wonders if my time would be better spent doing something else, or maybe if videos are too much, should I just make a giant podcast? It's like, these are some of the things I think of on the really, I don't want to say bad days, but I don't know what else term to use for them. Then again, I've been managing to stream for about 4 hours pretty regularly as of late. Alright, so why don't we see if we can successfully decode the route data. So where am I actually doing that? I should be dumping the frame. transmit frame, receive frame. Ah, here it is, print frame. Because this will probably become log frames soon enough. So this decodes it, set spawns loop, print frame, print frame. So if I just do print ln, it's a list of vectors. I basically need the vectors to all, I need them all to become strings. All right, so let route All right, let's see if we can print out the route hops. The heat is starting to get really hot in here. Oh, that feels better. All right, let's see if we start decoding anything. There we go. Okay, now we're seeing some decodes. Okay, so that's actually some route entry information. So each one is a repeater that shows that it's been repeated. I'm wondering if I should do 2-level normalization on this. Because traditionally how this gets written is it gets written with an asterisk if it has been repeated. I believe CBit... Yeah, call sign, SSID... let's look at what the CBit is. Oh, it's continuing bit. It's if there's additional station identification information. I think that's always going to be set. Let me look at that. Let me see if I understand what the CBit actually is. The C bit in address happens to be the repeated bit for a repeater. C bit will be set on transmit. Like, you have this has repeated repeater C bit, but it looks like those are the same things. It basically just makes it so you can get it from the top level Urkadirk. So if we do that, let's go back here. So So if we do repeater, which should give us the address, and then to string, I also need to know if it needs to have an asterisk, because and then route entry, if route entry if route entry route hop has repeated true, route entry equal route entry clone, hold on. There's probably a better way to do that. Does that work? Alright, so does that properly show it with the asterisks? Let's wait for it to come out. Alright, because, it would help if I actually printed the route entry. Yeah, that worked. It showed itself as CD2 CIF. Alright, so then those need to basically be... yeah, like some of these I'm hearing more than once, which makes it sound like I'm hearing a digitation. Oh yeah, because that's a direct message. Okay, that's making sense. Route entry. Alright, so let's see if that prints out the routes correctly. Join... Format must be a string literal. That's fine. Alright, chat, let's see if we can actually decode the route information now. Almost. Why is it getting that first? Oh, hold on. That's a little scuffed, but I think that works. Okay, chat, that looks promising. So is that agreeing with what we are... Yeah, I will write the time the packet was sent and received. The problem is that my source of time is not very good. It's what the Raspberry Pi can hear. So the question is that decoding correctly? Like, are we really hearing that little directly? The VNC viewer. Oh, there it is. Let me get on the Pi and take a look at its log file. So if I want to switch to Pi Vision, it's like that, and there's the Pi. So let's take a look at the logs, because Direwolf prints out a log as it goes along. Technically, I could just parse Direwolf's log. Yeah, see, what Direwolf says and what my application says is two different things. Oh wait, I see how. Hold on, is it not an asterisk per each one? This may be maybe I'm misunderstanding how the spec works. Because when a packet's being transmitted through the network, each digipeater that has it will amend itself to the route. So Y2 is an alias. So when it gets heard, the raw APRS packet that's going out, it wouldn't have any other stations on it. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. But with APRS 2.0 APRS specification, I guess the asterisk probably goes to how far it's actually already been heard. APRS distribution, SSD, generic, blah, 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 blah. Can contain a APRS destination or APRS data, conforms to standards. Uh, if the SSID is non-zero, it specifies a generic APRS digipeater path. Digipeater addresses from 0 to 8 digipeater call signs may be included in this field. From 0 to 8 digipeater call signs may be included in this field. These digipeater addresses may be override by a generic APRS digipeater path represented by the destination address SSID. The power of APRS in the field derives from the use of generic digipeating. There are without proper network of the So if the destination doesn't have an SSID of, it's considered generic digipeating. Like, I'm looking at this source destination one here. And, like, is this one being heard by the network? Oh, interesting. That is someone actually out for a walk. It's beaconing as a human. Where is it? Show on map. Here, I'll put it up on the other screen. Yeah, that station is actually beaconing as a human. Where is it? All the way over here. So just to give you an idea of how far it's being heard. This station is here. I'm up here. I don't have line of sight. There's mountains in the way. But it's being relayed through all of these stations are hearing it, but I'm hearing it through through here. That's actually quite cool. Am I hearing it on... Yeah, because I'm not hearing it directly. Wow, that's a lot of packets. 1,662. Where is this station? iGate on Staten Island. That's a station that's sending a lot of traffic. Like, they're 24 hours per day, so 48. So that's sending 70 messages per day. So, like, free messages every hour. Um, that seems excessive. Although if the information's constantly changing, it does make sense. I mean, that's a lot of packets there. And the station doesn't seem to be moving because it's at zero point in speed. All right, so I don't think I'm understanding the route just yet. Like, this doesn't make full sense to me. So, last path, DSH9 to N2 MH15 via Y2, and then that's an I gate being added right there. So if I look at my own station, yeah, so I'm transmitting directly to XPR 2210 by a 0. Like, I'm not asking a specific station to digipeat me, which is what's happening here. Um, yeah, I could confirm that fairly easily, but I'm not going to right now. So that's actually quite interesting that it's actually specifically going for that one digipeater. Um, Also looks like this station runs a potential digipeater. Oh, a DMR gateway. So when were these last heard? A long time ago. So it's just this portable station. Okay. So let me go back to the APRS specification to make sure I understand how this routing works. Okay, so digipeating information, source and destination generic addresses. Destination field can contain the version number of the APRS software running at the station. Um, The SSID in the destination field of all packets is code to specify the APRS digipeater path. If the destination address is 0, the packet follows the standard AX25 digipeater via. If the destination address SID is non-zero, the packet follows one of the 15 generic paths. And then we get to the actual information field. There was a thing on APRS FI about the pathing information. So no path. Okay, so here's what I was looking for. So, yeah, that's fine. So classic AX25 digipeating. When the packet's retransmitted, it flips the H bit. The packet in text form notes the asterisk has been repeated by this digipeater. Each digipeater will look for the first digipeatation that has not been used at. So to add confusion and save a few bytes, only the last asterisk is usually printed, although the has been repeated. Wow, that is... Okay. I mean, sure. Why not? So apparently there's a bit on each one, but it's not usually printed. I mean, that makes perfect sense from radio and makes my soul hurt as far as engineering goes. But I mean, you don't need that much redundancy. I mean, okay, it makes sense. Uh, so this is used with transmitting with a. So how's the wide path actually work? So the packet gets transmitted wide 2, then it gets retransmitted with heard here wide 1, wide 1. And then it gets down to wide 2. So the first integer is. Right, and then once the countdown hits 0, it gets the asterisk and sputters out. Uh, I think I understand how the routing works. Gotta be honest, chat, I don't feel like I'm getting anywhere. I mean, what did we actually accomplish today? I've got the route stuff done. I've got this mostly detangled. Uh... I think I need to sit and figure out what the schema is going to look like. Is how am I going to store the route information? Like, do I want to normalize this? But that's going to be a lot of duplicated information in SQLite. Or, I should say deduplicate it. So here's a Rust message parser. It doesn't look like it has an encoding option. Supports packet. Oh no, it does support packet encoding and decoding. Oh, and chat even has example code. Like, let me bring this over here. So APRS parser, is this an actual, like, crate? It would be amazing if this is an actual crate. It is an actual crate. That saves me so much work. I assume that this existed, but it's nice to know that it exists. It's not even all that old. So comment, symbol table, precision. I mean, that looks really simple. I mean, is that the full encoding of a textual packet? Like, can I just shoot that out of call sign new, no SSID? Like, can I just bleep this sort of thing right out of AX25 and it work? Because if that is the case, where is the actual packet defined? Here it is, packet. Like, used for decoding a packet received over the air via KISS or otherwise. Okay, so this can actually decode APRS packets directly, as well as encode them. That is actually really nice. Because I also would like to be able to decode traffic from APRS. It's not a do it immediately sort of thing, but the less stuff I have to manage, the better off I am. I could then just serialize all this information. Um, like, yeah, you even handle decoding APRS messages. Like, how hard it would be to actually use this crate and just, like, see if we can decode some stuff? Use APRS parser, APRS packet. Decode, we would be decode KISS. But, I mean, it looks simple enough. Okay, so that adds APRS parser. So where does it receive the packet right now? So this is where the packet comes out. So instead of my homebrew, decode AX25 frame 2 bytes. And then let's just see if we can print it out. I guess you want 2 bytes to VAC. Found strut. So it wants a 2 bytes. If I just want it as bytes, how do I get it as just plain bytes? I don't think it's trim ASCII. I think it's... There's gotta be something that gives me it. UTF-8 chunks, encode, decode, write. Okay, none of that actually helps. Alright, let me look at frame. Go to declaration. I guess I technically don't need, so it unwraps, we get the frame. Do I just need to encode the frame back? So 2 bytes gives us a VecYul 8. And what this wants is it wants a reference to an array. Apparently as chunks is what I am looking for. Chunks. Nope, maybe not. So vector, vector. Does that make it happy? I think that makes it happy. Okay. Let's see if it actually decodes anything. Oh. Well, it decoded things. Yeah, that is actually that is decoded data. That is decoded data. Like, can we? Okay, let's get an unwrap and then encode textual. All right. So it's almost where we're at. So decode. So we convert to bytes, we decode AX25, we get the object. I would love to print out the textual decode of it. So how do I do that? So I can decode textual. I guess I want to encode textual. And it wants a buffer. So let mute buff equal vec. And then unwrap. So is that just going to start printing out the packets the way I expect it to print out the packets? The answer is no, but at least I think I'm on the right path. Results, hold on, okay. So that gives me the results. APRS packet, unwrap. Because that can fail. I'm going to have to deal with that. But I'm not going to deal with it this moment. We now want to APRS packet encode textual. And we want to do APRS packet and that buffer. And then down here, we just want to dump the buffer. Well, it dumped a buff first, so okay, hold on. That's... Can I do as to... Okay, so it would be stir from UTF-8. All right, let's see if that worked. Nope. All right, maybe it'll work. Hey, that is actually, look, that is actually working. That is, um, well, that packet, it didn't work. It's gonna try again, or is it completely dead? Yep, nope, that's it, just going kaputski. Okay. Uh, I really want to fix this right now. Because honestly, if I store the packets in the textual form in the database, it makes it easier to work with them later. At least that's my theory. I don't know if that's accurate. So I basically want to make this a non-fatal thing that if it dies, it doesn't like... Chad, I think I've hit my limit. We're at 4 hours, and it seems to be the best. I've only heard that Mr. Beast has had some allegations made. I don't even know what those allegations are. I really haven't been paying attention, so I can't say anything. Let's see here. Yeah, I was just looking at CNN. Direwolf is open source. It's old C code base, but yeah, it's not that old, but it's been around for a long time. Like, it's been around for the entire time I've been a ham, and it doesn't get updated that often. So this tries to decode. I'm gonna have to rewrite this code to basically do better error handling, but yeah, I think I'm gonna put it up for now. If I can't sleep, I'll crack at it longer. I don't really remember what time I got up. Um, Actually, no. Let me fix this before I actually call it. Like, just so it doesn't, when it errors out, it doesn't go completely kaflooey. So, you need to do this. So you need to be unwrapped, and then if APRS packet is okay. You know what? Hold on. Let me do this. So if it is okay, that should always succeed, and then this should always be able to print, and then that should be able to handle bad decodes. Else print ln bad APRS decode. Because that way I could just log the packets, and then I could decode them and get them back. Because that's a very efficient way to store it, because that's essentially, the wire representation's a little bit different, but yeah, alright, let's wait for it. Nope, that went blah. So it went APRS packet unwrap. Should also disable transmitting the beacon for the time being, so I'm just going to go comment that out. Okay, so is okay. 167. Invalid data. Like, do I really need to put is true? I mean, maybe I do. I hear it making noise. I don't hear any decodes. Okay, that decoded. And that did not. You know what? Hold on. Let me make some changes here. Because this should be part of the while loop. It shouldn't be running from iteration to iteration. Nope. Okay, so bad decode. So APRS is okay. So this should be a result. Is okay. 168.77. So it's this encode textual it actually runs into problems with. So let me try let packet be APRS packet unwrap, because if we got here, it should be safe. And then we do that. Okay, so that worked. Waiting for more radio sounds. I don't know if I have it fixed, but that's promising. Nope, okay. 169, 63. I'm surprised it can, very verbose language. Alright, let's see if that does it. Alright, that's a bunch of decodes. Like, I mean, this is basically what comes out of Direwolf's log file. So I haven't actually, like, done anything new yet. Although Direwolf's log does have this in a slightly different format, now that I look at it. Okay, hold on. I think this is going to be a good wrapping up point, because I think I'm going to have to let this code just sit and run for a while. But let's keep an eye on it for now. Like, that's a lot of messages that are being sent at once. And that last one, it should have been able to decode, because that was... Well, actually, maybe not. Like, it doesn't look like that's a valid, like, is that a valid APRS decode? Let me look. You know what? Let me look on it online because you know what? This may not be I think this isn't handling APRS telemetry correctly. Yeah, the packets it's sending. Interesting. So it's definitely having problems with decoding certain messages that it should be able to decode. Because that's a WinLink message. Or maybe it's an APRS message. Hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, because I'm looking at this library and it doesn't look like it supports telemetry. Hmm. So that's a message packet because it started with a. So T is telemetry, that one's a message, and that's what it isn't able to decode. But as long as I keep it, as long as I keep decoding logs, it should be okay. Alright. I think that's a good stopping point for now. Alright. I'm gonna let this keep running. Like, yeah, let me get all this code up. So. Alright, if you enjoyed this content, this is your host, N Commander. Until next time, hold on. I forgot my sign off. As always, this is your host, N Commander, wishing you all a pleasant day and wishing you all the best. My God, chat, I'm really out of it. Alright, I'm going to pick this up later. If you enjoy this content, please like and subscribe. Until next time, catch you all later.